Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman. The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume.
She really doesn't like those nut jobs. Bad blood there.
Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these halls.
With how small these rooms are, wouldn't you want to break the wall down?
I don't want to talk about Deweeters. Addicts, all of them. And sometimes I hear them screaming. They don't like me cleaning behind their door. Think I'm listening in on their fights.
So she doesn't. Not after that one time. There's a that one time here. It didn't get physical. She heard something she doesn't want to hear again.
We saw unpaid utility bills. Aren't they going to be evicted?
No one likes them in this building. It's only because of the kids they haven't been thrown out. I don't like talking about those people. The RT, she leaves an old lady to her...
She mumbles some kind of a response. Then... The aging alcoholic is still there, breathing. The air in the room.
What is there to do? We could take him to Remedy or Saint Baptiste, but he doesn't have money. They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves.
Years, months, the pile of blankets.
Yes? What do you want to know? What's there to say? It's just stupidity. The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the industrial harbor. Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness.
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place.
A tremble comes over you. Another after effect of ethanol poisoning, perhaps.
Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoilsport. Okay. Style me.
It's impossible to tell whether he's serious or joking.
No, I don't. I used to. Plain clothes did the trick. For both of... Was there anything else you wanted to ask about the competition? Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
He's actually glad it's addressed now.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight. And his shirt is still unbuttoned.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and downstairs a cat crosses the yard, disappearing.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool.
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
A man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club, music blasting over the... Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as...
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, all right?
Different, of course. His shirt. His shirt.
He's trying to dive deep into the mysteries of his shirt.
His shirt? No, I don't know why his shirt is always unbuttoned.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His son...
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
His hands are clean and well manicured.
My name is Charles Vildrouin. and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right. Yeah, let's fuck with him. Who does he think he is? Assisting you?
I got it from the head of the Samaran delegation on my trip to Lomantang. It's made from a special charcoal-colored bamboo.
He's alluding to the decade-long War of Independence while deftly brushing aside the...
That's really all I can tell you about it.
What was that? You were supposed to fuck with him, not compliment. The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
He didn't see the hanging. He saw the little show staged by the Hardys. Let him talk. He may know more than even he knows.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher setting the scene.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the... That's when I understood. I should not...
That lines up with previous testimony, doesn't it? Well done, detective.
Only that there were about 8 or 10. I couldn't make out anything. It was so dark. And it was quiet. But I suspect you knew that already. I can't say I'm surprised. The fine reputation of the men and women serving in the RCM is well-deserved. The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage. Yes, as I said before, I'm a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there?
La Communauté Internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, your employer, technically speaking, the governing authority of Revachol. It is the most important thing. It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability, which is essential for maintaining the social...
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%. But not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, the coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. It's the International Organization for Moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies.
There are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
But of course. Because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
Me?
You've managed to catch the lieutenant off guard, but only for a moment.
I'm a lieutenant of the RCM, dedicated to maintaining law and order in Revachol.
A very moralist answer.
The lieutenant is practiced in the art of putting on a show for one's superiors.
The Occident is part of the normal world. Martinez? No. Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here. relatively speaking. Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer? Sounds like you're a moralist indeed, my friend. Welcome. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the... Moreover, it is...
Darling, that can't be an official designation.
Because a great percentage of Rivachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least...
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur-la-Clé's love for meatballs and mashed...
Oranje is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of EPIS, as founding members, they are both very EPIS. Oranje carries a lot of political weight, while Sur-la-Clé takes care of the business side of things. Oranje's economy is one of the most advanced in the world. It has successfully transitioned from heavy industry to advanced services, and generally acts as an engine for...
But that didn't tell you anything about Oranje.
About what? Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time, the people are
If he knows so much about Oranje, maybe he also knows...
Whatever you wish, officer. Oh, that's unusual. The Oranjés are not the kind of people you associate with heinous crimes. It's such an upstanding and responsible... Well, certainly one cannot rely simply on generalizations. That would go against our commitment to individual freedoms. And, of course, any loss of life is a tragedy. So, what a shame. A man cut down in his prime earning years. He was a soldier. Aha! A condottiere. Yes, it's hard to believe they still exist. It's the responsibility of any good welfare state to take care of its most unfortunate citizens. They gave him a successful career.
Yes, killing was his business, and business was good. Did he love it before they made him do it again and again and again?
What else has your investigation uncovered? Extremely distasteful behavior. I cannot condone either drug use or needless boasting. Suffice it to say, that is not how we do things in Sur-la-Clé. Officer, you shouldn't speak ill of the dead. Anything else? That is extremely unfortunate. Yes, it's regrettable that this... But rest assured, the Oranjese government has committed to producing a timetable that would lay out a path. Oh, it's hard to put an exact date on it. I believe the proposal for the timetable is due to... See? That's the kind of progress that the moral intern makes possible. A great shame, yes. Colonialism is a dark specter in Oranje's past. Which is why the work of the moral intern is so critical. It is, as I said, the loss of any life is terrible. No matter, I do hope you're able to bring his killer or killers to justice. A fugitive?
Hypothetically speaking, you might add.
Well, I would say that is very bad indeed. Not super. What sort of a fugitive are we talking about here? That could be quite bad, depending on what sort of place you're talking about. That is extremely serious. Corporate espionage may technically be legal in Revachol, but elsewhere it's a very high-level offense. This fugitive must be turned over to the ICP immediately.
A moment, if you don't mind, sir. You do realize what you're doing, don't you?
You're dooming a young woman in her hour of desperation.
Very real trouble. I won't tell you how to do your job, but remember, this is an RCM matter. Make sure you weigh your...
He won't tell you how to do your job. But when you turn back, the man is looking at you, expectantly. Now's your chance, sire. Which of your enemies would you most like to make trouble for?
As a common lorry driver, you say? Interesting. Are you sure? Much as I'm inclined to believe you, I'm not sure my colleagues at the ICP will. I'll make note of your claims in my report, but I'm sorry to say it's likely to end up in the back of the filing cabinet somewhere in Mirova, unread and forgotten. Yes, it rather is. As much as I am a true believer in well, no matter. I should thank you for bringing this to our attention. Now, was there anything else you wanted to discuss? Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is that it's never going to happen. The EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental. It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of... Why, it stands for progress and stability, like the Moral Intern as a whole. A supranational political alliance. The Unite... You mean Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent. It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS, sure.
Except that candidate members never...
No, candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place? But we were talking about my friend here, not politics. How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Au contraire, it's how millions of people end up where they are. Meeting the people they meet. Sorry, who? But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of... Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes. He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps I'm just enjoying the view. Listen.
The baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
No, listen. The Insulindian Bay. My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you've seen him around. He's a busy bee.
A busy bee? What an odd choice of words.
I'm all ears, officer. A moment, officer. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. Of course, I'm glad I could help. Was there anything else? Of course. I'm...
Yes? What about me? Good. Let's change the subject. Yes?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here.
I've considered it. It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional, but I also think it's somewhat unlikely. I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I am the finest of nothing. Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's... So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
Only banal things strike you, one you should be ashamed of. It's no wonder the soft one doesn't want it back. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah. Why?
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time?
waves are beginning to die down.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with waves and fishermen? But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer? Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? This calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all. Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care.
Life world? Someone's been reading up on last century Gottwaldian philosophers.
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere. Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get to do. Like the murder investigation, for example.
The old woman still sits in her chair. The buzz of electric lights blends. There's a gap where the name of that song should be.
Yes, I can't really sleep anymore. Only a few hours a night. My suggestion is, don't grow any older than you already are. That's all. A lullaby my mother used to sing. I sang it to my kids too. It's an old Samaritan children's song. Surrender to the night.
That's kind of grim for a children's song, even if it is a lullaby.
Yes, it does. I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour.
Hell yeah. No, we must run around ceaselessly.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Suit yourself. Patience obviously isn't your strong suit. Well, hand it over then. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's
This trap's not too hard to behind you. A ruined resident. Nothing but locusts in this trap as well.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done. I'm just glad.
A row of ghostly shades facing the crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Veld?
Another likely scenario.
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the... To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation...
A cold sea...
Put your hands where I can see them. Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands.
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
This is bad. Getting your weapon back is the priority. We can't have an unhinged civilian running around with a gun.
Comply, or I will light you the fuck up. Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying aggression. Officer, under duress.
Her eyes bulge with terror. Veins protrude.
I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands on your head. Suspect is on the loose! Suspect at large! Officer, administer street charge. That one extra lick with a baton, or extra knee striker.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
The situation looks bad. Calm yourself. You'll have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do.
It's the goddamn police, shitbag! Hug the pavement! You're under arrest!
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine? She thinks she's a police officer. Try treating her like a police officer. A lower-ranking police officer.
What? Sir?
In this moment of hesitation, she almost doesn't seem disturbed, but like someone suddenly waking from a deep sleep.
Easy. Press her too hard and she'll...
Too late, Lieutenant. With a swift, poorly coordinated move, the woman slams the megaphone against her lips and teeth. The trick...
Officer compromise! Unlawful impersonation! Pigs en route! Engage your will!
Okay, she's actually more agitated now. My bad.
Officer in need of assistance! Suspect at large! Get on the ground!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key! Big red key!
Big red key? That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this.
Confiscated contraband. Restricted access. 2 kilos missing. Eyewitness report compromised.
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here. We can't leave. A delirious civilian is pointing a firearm at us. Your firearm. You need to solve this.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!
No. Oh, no. No. I thought Mr. Moran. Gareth.
Aggravated assault!
There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now. It has nothing to do with what's happening here.
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
License and registration! License and registration! Come in, dispatch! Sector! Sector! Azimuth!
It's not a code, just disjointed words. She's frantic, confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. If not, the lieutenant's got her in his sights. Host almighty, don't count on that. You saw the Beano Cloud can't shoot for shit.
Suicide by cop! Split-second decision! Eat lead, scumbag!
Oh my god. In your peripheral vision, the lieutenant releases the half-squeezed trigger.
God, I almost blew her head off.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real. Police guns always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this. Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8 and loneliness. Yeah, looks like a bad case. But the question is what to do with her right now. I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without the gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family. Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late and they might have already gone home. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out.
Please, leave the radio on.
Reflex to what? Being left alone. She stands motionless, just a heap of clothes and flashes now. Maybe if you search her once more. The woman stands slumped. Is one of those things a police cap? There were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them. She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and
Oh, is that yours?
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours. The lieutenant nods. The old woman doesn't react to your touch. It's getting cold, this late in the night.
Tequila sunset.
My jacket?
A look of consternation crosses the man's face. He looks at you, then at his bottle.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila? Faun? That's medium concept stuff, not my style at all. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe you should lay off the booze.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how this man managed to lose his key. I'm calling it. It's neurological.
You know what? Fine. Maybe I can pawn it for some booze.
Aye, good thinking. The legend returns. You know the dance. Smokable smokes, pissable pills. See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. You know, it's funny, actually.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What?
Keep him talking.
This guy.
Conversation might bring a discount, no?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of air. Those arseholes charged me £4 to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after... But the idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead things. Like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila. 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3...
Don't say it.
Yeah, be careful. It's extremely flammable.
Feels like someone set a mustard field ablaze right inside. In all fairness, that might be a trick.
So, what's the deal, friend? Want the spirits or not? So what do you want then?
Our tenant, the policeman.
It's getting cold, this late in the night. Time to call it a day.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in...
Hey, Moneymouth. Indrak. The impeccable hustle. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. On the table, you see a bowl of water. Your hand shakes so hard, you can't even muster up the courage to try. The bed is comforting. The bed underneath you is soft, if lumpy.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and...
How have things been going for you out there?
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disc...
Hear that? You are naive to think he's afraid of his... It's much, much worse than that.
Don't tell him, sister. It's too bad.
They're right. This is their function. To keep...
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these...
The last dream will be total annihilation.
In hell. An ancient sadness, brother.
Everything is so... Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense...
The last thought in your head before waking is... Maybe you shouldn't have seen that Hey, Moneymouth. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap. It takes you a moment, but finally, the reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. Some tufts have been crushed. The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something, no locus. No phasmid either, but still.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you...
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case. Right. Anyway, that's for the cryptozoologists to figure out now. We're not...
This is it, the scene of the party, the fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it, not as such. I'm talking about what came after. Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a
Looks like it. Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
You think she really needs more of that after a man died? What if I told you it is actually possible to go on a date sober? Before recorded history, men and women were able to do simple, very primitive things together sober. Acknowledge the situation.
I have, and I don't really.
You just want to go for a walk. What kind of a monster doesn't want to go for a walk? Walks are innocent.
Just a walk? I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator. Where would this walk take us, officer?
Nothing creepy, strange, or out there. Keep it airy and simple.
Officer, I thought we had a work of our own in mind. One that results in a solved murder investigation.
Oh no. You, come with us. Seriously, I insist. You need to understand that nothing is going to happen.
Having the lieutenant along is a fail-safe measure against any possible funny business.
I guess I can come along for a quick stroll. I mean, if the ma'am insists, of course.
I do, yes. Stroll on the beach sounds nice, doesn't it? All right, I'll see the kids haven't killed each other and we'll meet at Land's End in 15 minutes?
She doesn't wait for an answer. You better get ready.
Hello again. Sure. Contact Mike. Okay. Oh, that.
She's less prone to blurt it out. Crab man.
Go ahead.
You've checked all the rust peels off the bent iron posts of the...
In this yard?
He's assessing the situation. How long...
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur. For cheap. It did a black block. A part of the city left unrenovated after the war. Or one that has fallen to gang violence.
On aerial photos, bloc obscurs look like dark square.
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken parts. Yes, for you to scavenge like a post-apocalyptic scavenger.
It's not meant as nagging.
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder.
Our tenant, the policeman.
Hello again.
The worn map features the patch your finger moves through the various streets, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal.
You see, a slogan used to intertwine.
Hello. Isn't this a fine morning?
The worn map features your finger moves, finally.
For a more detailed view of the
You've checked all the traps.
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same. The prick is gone. I can barely believe it, but he's really gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but
hell, most likely, he was an absolute cunt. His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning.
Wait, did he push himself to prove he can pull his weight and doesn't need handouts?
Yes, he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was... Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him. 'Cause he's gonna be buried without it.
That means the uniform could still be in the guard booth. Something to keep in mind if you really...
No. René was the most stubborn man in Revachol. Nothing you or I could say would ever push him to do anything. I repeat, an absolute cunt. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me. And she never lost sight of it. We've hated each other our entire lives. So, yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were? In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. I took them for myself. Took them to remember that...
Strange how old cunt sounds almost gentle when he says it now.
Yes, we are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years, I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something. René wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. And believe me, he didn't like Insulindian lilies.
Of course he didn't. Flowers are for pansies. Stop wasting time with them.
That's their old name, dating back to the time of kings and crests, and all that other stuff. There were many reasons, but mostly it was the communals. They called them the bells of revolution. I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just another... Yes? What about René? Yes. We all got to go sometime, officer. Everyone I love is already there.
We are both very sorry for your loss. Death of a friend is a terrible thing.
It is what it is. Part of life. But to know someone for 79 years, then I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But... Oh, sorry, officer.
Host almighty. He's a total The worn map. Your finger moves. Finally. Coming.
For a more detailed view of the map,
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it.
It's you again. What is it? What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it? God, poor lady. Don't worry, we'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kurong.
Hey, wasn't Everett's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Pig? No? Well, whatever then, Copper.
No. They totally said what it was. What was it? Anyone remember?
I don't remember. I was fucking drunk.
Let me know if you figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help you with? Auntie LaPlante, we always called her. Something LaPlante.
Marianne, amigo. Fuck you, Pig. What the fuck you are playing at, huh?
Easy, Al. Don't let him get to you. Have one for Auntie LaPlante, huh?
Don't disrespect Miss LaPlante, Copper. Was, like before, just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago.
Us kids? That must have been ages ago. She was better then. The children kept her together.
Get wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, she... shit.
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? No, I didn't. Because I'm not fucking stupid, Polizonte.
Yeah, Cop. That's some pretty fucking weird shit to say. The pig, dunno. She lives by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
Station 41. A man carries a crate of rusted, unused badges. You think these would net us something at the annual auction?
No problem, old cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez.
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
Tremble. The time is now. Time for the show. For Taola. The hallowed time of fear. Monday morning. The moment you arrived in this reality are the first crack in the sheer face of God. From Ulogu Theodos. Xeno, yes, you spoke the words of the Palindropos and the houses of Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble. All will lose its meaning in the coming years. That is why you marked yourself. The face of the woman fractures. There will be herd killing. We all...
It's you again. What is it?
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion. All...
So that's what you were squinting at. You were trying to come up with a theory, weren't you? That she did it.
Yeah, he was cobbling together shit so he could put her away. It's RCM 101.
Well, let old Titus set your mind at ease then. She didn't do it. She was here all night.
Sunday night, 11:30 to 12:15. She was here all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
No. All right, she took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that operation is again, Culp.
That's probably for the best. Don't break your stride now.
And just 'cause she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
He's been through it. That means he suspected her too. All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof. You got his attention. Now don't ruin it by making weird claims. Remember, you can still mess this up.
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinet. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. 72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab? No, you can't. I know what you did here on the weekend. People talk. And what they say doesn't sound like a science
Those numbers were an ass pull, man.
Yeah, and they don't put her on the roof either. It's just mambo jumbo. He has...
Oh. People say there was a pinball arcade here. Some
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator, for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop. Thank you.
The lieutenant is glad he got the floor plan right there.
Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Shush now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it? Garbage. It wasn't a Sambo artist call.
It's never a Sambo fighter, and it's never a bullet-bending sniper.
Or ghost. It's never a ghost either. Don't worry, we've got better than that.
I told you not to say that. This is not a joking matter for him.
I've seen the winch. I'm not blind. You saying it's part of the elevator she used to get up there? That's one mystery down then. An architectural mystery. Doesn't much concern Ruby, does it? Right. What the fuck does that got to do with Ruby?
Wow, man, can we? I mean,
That'd be awesome. I beat that royalist machine 20 times now.
All right, all right. We can get the barman to bring them down. What else? Footprints. Recent.
He looks tough, but there is a nervous twitch in his dark green eye. This is all too close to home for him.
Goes against your little theory, doesn't it? Then again, I've known few people in my life who own one. Good news is, I'm still listening. Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we've established. But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt, in the shape of a gun. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself. But what if you miss interesting information that way? The choice is ultimately yours. But
God damn, that's just about your favorite topic, isn't it?
you were warned not to bring it up. Your best shot here is to just back out of it.
Trouble. This is Revachol. Even the roidheads in the gym had a carbine. No one has trouble getting a gun. I still never saw her carry one.
He must be referencing some past case of theirs. He's angry because he knows you're right. What he said.
So it had to come from a breech-loading rifle. Military grade. Not even you militia monkeys have those. This goes against your everyone has a gun theory. If it was military grade, how'd Ruby get it?
You don't know. Just be honest.
Carl, that's exactly what it means.
That wasn't strong.
Yes, goddammit, I know what a 72% chance means. It means there's a 28% chance it isn't that.
Just making sure we are on the same page. It doesn't all fit. We are just sharing info, candidly.
You lost your gun?
Tell me, did you lose it before the murder? No, you didn't. And Ruby didn't use your lost gun to kill him.
Stop thinking about your lost gun, damn it. You'll get a heart attack.
This was merely a thought exercise. He did not lose his gun. Let's move on.
I don't know, Cop. Why don't you find your lost gun first?
Hey, lost gun right here.
Easy now, Al. This isn't comedy hour.
Titus, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component. The big one. Get this and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss him off. That never works.
Yeah, like what? A thing? You mean?
Behind his squinting eyes, dominoes are falling. Fast. It's all beginning to make sense to him now.
Yeah, but they're both girls.
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She liked Glacier.
Fuck you. First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a too? It's a lie.
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind blows there.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
She didn't fuck you, 'cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
Ruby then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sordid shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass. That Ruby is queer as cabaret, now that I start thinking about it. I don't know why I didn't see it earlier. And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a Hardy. But if you bring your own personal shit...
If that's the case, then it's not right. But it's not the case, right?
There are many pieces that fit together that way, Eugene. Face it.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got shit under control. That's her whole thing. That's why she's so good.
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women talk to women. Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they...
Eugene wants a woman on the team so they can do their job. That must be hard. Half of Martinez is female.
Not so useful.
Fucking hell.
Betrayal is not painless. Even a doubt of it hurts.
And I suppose you have a theory about that too, cop.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration. He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. This is fucking stupid, Titus. This and the queer thing, all of it. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
There's no fucking leadership challenge. Just when I thought you were taking this seriously, cop, you put your head in your ass.
Man, now he's just throwing shit against the wall to see what sticks.
Okay. We ruled out infighting. That's how this works, by exclusion. Remember, all we need to do is rule Ruby out too. That's all this is.
There's a bit of truth in there for Titus to react so brashly. He does not like his authority questioned.
You had expressed, on occasion, your dislike of the mercenaries' presence in Martinez, right?
Whack someone in my district? That doesn't carry much favor with Titus Hardy. She has to know that.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod, and a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip. This is the only option he cares for.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering. I don't know where she went. She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. Friday afternoon, when you first arrived, I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when I told you. You. No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes. Sure. Normal. You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure. She said you have a funny taste in clothes and that you won't stop until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other.
And then when they're all empty, just move on to the next can. Don't look back unless there was something you missed.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives.
It's not an actual question. Silence. He nods.
You are insistent.
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This called Titus, this called Pete. But she was too scared.
Scared? You should be too. A strange fear creeps over you. A metallic taste in your mouth. Change.
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn. A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely? On the coast. Past the waterlog. She's not here. So, I'm thinking she's there.
Who's doing this looking? They're all here.
Lizzie needed some air. No one goes to tell Everard anything. He knows what he has to know. Fast.
It's called a radio, you believe. The gardener may have played you a game when she stormed out. She has her own plan.
Sure, there are some shithouses there. A cinderblock town. The fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a lorry man. The what now? I have no idea. Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies and a hail something. I don't...
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
There you have it. Hail something. It'll have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
When are you gonna get it through your dumb head? I already am. I just wasn't sure you were.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks, then turns back to his men.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. Hi. So what brings you here? Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Convenient. But what are you doing here? Talking to me? Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions. Nothing. That I didn't see anything. Why shouldn't he? What friend? No, I don't think it came up. Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types. Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones that fancy security guards sometimes wear. Just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese. Sure. Anything else on your mind? You did? And how did you like him? I told you, he can be very useful. I guess that's the charm of powerful people. A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return. To his opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village. Or is it just money? I don't know. Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time. That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess. It is. On Sundays. He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. What about me, gendarme?
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground? Yes, this man is definitely one of the homos. Just pointing it out. We're not talking about some kind of cult with members here. You made it up.
The homosexual underground? Why, yes I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate? Oh, it's a pleasure group. A Sabrosa pleasure group congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night. Or Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into our daily life. Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning, the last things people in Revachol have to hold on to, the true symbols of security. Then everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. Yes, we listen to a lot of disco. Some say we engineered disco to spread our vision of a vertiginous, ever-changing society, where all there is a We are going to change the family unit with all this razzmatazz and finger dancing. And with mysteries, of course the mysteries are also of sexual nature. You can't just get into it, you have to be born into it. One is either already in the homosexual movement, or forever excluded from it. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for. Who knows, maybe you were homosexual in the past. Maybe all of that has been repressed. I have to say that you do look like someone who might be part of the underground. You have that very distinctive, I can't understand what's going on here look. Absolutely wonderful.
A man like you can figure out his sexuality in a working day. It won't be...
Bye-bye, gendarme.
The stage is all... You feel a little...
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the carrier.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope... Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten.
This is a sharp one.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other. No, it's not like that, man. With him we called you. Right now, you just arrive by yourself, like a raven plucking at the window glass. There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
You should look around your shack. The woman is tying a complicated...
Hello, detectives. It's good to see you here. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps. As far
That. And she's also keeping an eye on you.
Spying has such a negative connotation. I did track your progress along the coast, however, and decided I would be better able to assist you from here. Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to paint the cordelate she read. Like blood, you see. Well, I like it the way it is. White.
What is this? Destruction of property? Hooliganism? Elder abuse? And who is this scamp, anyway?
No need. Lillian and I are getting on much better. For one, she appreciates the concept of rent. How do I like it?
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there? I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
All right. Politics time. Let's react. Real men, real politics, real thoughts in your head.
That they don't. Have I told you how they discovered this place? No, they're in Celindian, Isola. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty. I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location? Godspeed, detectives.
Thank you, ma'am.
You've checked all the traps. The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to your finger moves through. Finally,
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal.
the worn map features your finger move. Finally,
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
the scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
What bad people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is going to crack the case.
Then we're definitely doing it.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
There was a touch of discomfort. She nods.
Oh? A takeover? If they're taking it...
Green livery, changing into red, blocked by like a cancer of the blood, metastasized.
Then we're talking about a war. Everett needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this. They most certainly are not. Crenell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the people of Revachol West. It will take more than Crenell to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. Make no mistake, ma'am. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice?
What do you suggest I do? Of course. Your job is to clean up after them. And it looks like there will be a lot of cleaning to be done in the near future. What will I do?
Her arms fall to her sides.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown? It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The last one for 400 years. The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. 5 of the crew...
Each of those expeditions would have been led by an admiral. Sounds like a purge. Like she was purging her political rivals.
There was no precedent for such an undertaking. People thought she was punishing the admirals, or had gone mad, or both. Until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process...
Called Volta do Mar, or Return from the Sea.
The 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counselor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor.
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, Lancielinde, Lancielinde, the signal to wake up. But they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago.
You've thought it a million times.
A total shift in human comprehension of reality. On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Lysergique. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen. 4 years later, the Queen's counselor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high. The first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune. In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds. Yet much like Revachol, it is also magnificent and rare. On Caillou, the Pebble, the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later, the nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae, or they discovered us, all in the rush of the great inter-Islary reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there, wipe out indigenous populations, gunboat economies, or they came to do the same for us, or had done to each other. But here, there was no one but the skua, the Liliat Sea, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revachol, the suzerain. Revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of capitalism. It is. Soon it will be spring and everything will blossom.
The gangs will run wild, jacking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through Coal City. Spring is tough in Revachol.
I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
She puts her hand in the rain. She's silent for a second.
We will see.
Ma'am, This may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen. The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez, if you handle the situation on the ground. Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. And I've exhausted all my options from here.
There are no employers. She's a member of the board. Probably a partner.
You are the citizens' militia. There are no superiors.
That's right, Detective. And next time, you should confer with them before you go setting events in motion.
Despite his words, he's not really sure whether to be annoyed with you or not. Events are already in motion. Whether your actions accelerated or momentarily retarded their progress, even the lieutenant cannot really say.
I have not deceived you. I showed you who I was. Rejoice Layton. Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain.
How far along is Crenell's investigation?
The confrontation is imminent. They have... As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your... Protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can limit the casualties. Soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. They know I've been feeding you information. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane. I know, because I, too, am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich. No, Detective. No one's as insane as you.
Don't worry, Madame. I am very sane.
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing. And I've got it bad.
She would die to return to it. The Pale. The past.
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola. The Volta do Mar. It's used by inter-Islary travelers and other troubled souls, even to this day.
You could use a little of it yourself.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller on the bay, its white sails fluttering. With worry in his eyes, he does not know if it was the right thing to do, but he doesn't say anything. You wonder what Everard has to say about this. Slowly, the sails turn grey-blue as more oxygen gets between you.
Tequila sunset. Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
It's a touchy topic. He hasn't got laid in ages. He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
Uncle.
There's no waking him from his stupor. His mind is elsewhere.
The legend returns. You know the dance. Smokable smokes, pissable pilsner. Drink it, then convert it to piss. And there's...
The worn mat featured your finger move finally.
For a more detailed view of...
Your finger move finally.
For a more detailed view of...
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters from them. A single person stands on the sideline. A cold sea. You've checked all the traps.
Yes, what is it? What? No, no one's suspicious around here.
She has not seen her, sire. 'Tis true. The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body. Her The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex. A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you, a ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath. Unknown. A motor carriage, a gunshot, someone falling into it, or maybe just hooligans looking for something to break. The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichsapfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. See, below both women, in luminous black letters, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And then, along the left side, Après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde. After life, death. After death, life again.
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. Justice, union, prudence, and force. Not at all.
The mother of humanism towers above you, a wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. You've checked all the traps. Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? Just some urban detritus, a bottle, and a dilapidated old comms tower.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freitor. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there. It's not possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, why? There's no platform up there to aim from.
It does look extremely rickety.
To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps, but anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fires this time of year. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we... Those? A smoking assailant who favors Tumutiri to Astra or Joan? Cigarette butts are everywhere. This is a common brand for all men.
Still, you felt it was important enough to make a mental note. That means something. There, 1.2 kilometers over the cold water of the bay, blue from the distance and the air, you see the smallest rectangle, barely visible. A glowing light on the third floor of the whirling in rags. With binoculars, you would see a young woman's shape move. The woman gazes steadily at the waves. A sudden gust picks up her dark hair and lets it fall again, tousled, wild. She brushes a few...
Aye, so here you are. Early in the morning and the sun is up. And not a drunkard teenager in sight. Know that you're not the first guy to bring a girl to Land's End. This is what the locals call a make-out spot. That is not going to happen here today. I just want to make that...
Across the rusty water, that's La Delta, the financial district. In the mist-covered distance, towers rise as a rebuke to the poverty of this coast.
Drinking men aren't known for keeping their appointments. Aye, so an officer should be. All that running around must need a lot of structuring.
Her laughter is throaty and warm. It rhymes with the waves and the cries of the... As she turns to face the sun, reflected in the waves, and the skyscrapers rising across the bay, you should say something. Anything. Maybe the tequila sunset thing.
It's a common Revacholian expression. Means drinking yourself to death. So, are you going to keep the name? Well then, Officer Dubois.
The sun reflected in the waves and the skyscrapers rising across the bay is mesmerizing. Your mind clears for a moment as your senses take it all in. Not just the glass skyscraper.
Isn't it strange for this all-powerful thing, the sun, to be so generous towards us? You know, the best time to go out fishing is you...
The sun also falls on the Capeside tenements and war-torn ruins. An old sea fortress juts out, seemingly impervious to the sheen cast over everything else. The sun does little for the dead, and those hopelessly lost in their own mind, or people living in desert climates with sparse vegetation and little drinking water.
Oh, that was a bit of pride and a bit of superstition.
And a bit of conceptual unity too.
Now you're just nitpicking. But I concede. Maybe desert people sometimes disagree.
There's salt in the air, and the cries of the gulls and the skuas, grit of the sand and the green glint of broken bottles. But
it's bringing us spring, summer. It's entirely on our side, no matter what we do or who we are, for absolutely no reason. It's unlike no other powerful being. Certainly no power. I guess we wouldn't really be here if that thing wasn't on our team. Thank you. I'm half Ubi. My mother was from Ubi Sunt. Not a lot of sun there, I hear, though I've never been.
The wind ruffles her hair as she...
These aren't real fishhooks, silly. They're earrings shaped to look like fishhooks. A drunk called Rosemary brought them to me. I kept them.
She's right. They're made mostly of plastic. A cheap novelty gift you can buy from a flower shop. The wind ruffles her hair as she looks at the light slowly spreading across the other coast.
I always do. I like it. It's like being on another planet. A water planet. With water worries and water joys.
The lieutenant makes a show of glancing at his watch and tapping his foot.
Good one. I'm gonna go with the rope.
She thinks it was a riddle. She must not even know of that business. Better that way.
It didn't suck. I'll let you get back to your business now. Twins probably found a landmine by now.
As she walks off, the worn map, your finger finally.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot.
From here to the whirling, I can't see how. The church is in the way.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in.
Hello again. No.
Just no?
It's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast. Exactly. It's our chance to turn the grim desolation into an overwhelmingly fun dance party.
Hi again. So, goodbye, officer.
We're close. True, hard, full, hardcore. Hardcore to the mega, internally coherent. All core.
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore. The question is, what is the question? But there was a question? We're close. True, hardcore. Hardcore to internally coherent. All core.
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore! The question is, what is... But there was no...
Huh? I see you here again. Offside, man.
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. There's no echo and no answer. Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here. We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol sewage system has been built and rebuilt. In conclusion, she could be under any building. I hope not.
Hello. Isn't this a fine morning? No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off. You see, a slogan used to intertwine with the... Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes, I got the mercenary's name and a few biographical details. Are you ready?
The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Kortenaer. That's E-L-L-I-S K-O-R-T-E-N-A-I-R. Exact date of birth, unknown. He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit on 28th of February 09. He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently, and was assigned to a foster family at 2.
According to Clausia, Lele said his real name wasn't really his. Perhaps that's because he was fostered.
This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the East Brand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Oranese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before. Then the armor followed him to Semenine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory. Thank you, Alice. Great work.
No problem, Lieutenant.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
None, officer. Sorry. It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had, the only detail in these files. So I thought it would be good for you to know.
It is. Thank you, Alice. A name. This is very good. Ellis Kortenaer.
Sometimes police work is about human dignity, about giving back names to...
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. Did you have any other questions? 57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set...
This is Precinct 57. Just a moment, officer.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. 10-4, sir. Roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report. 10-4, sir. Sorry, but I'm under orders to give a negative to request for 10-4. Orders as your order. Roger that, 10-10.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you. Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie. Mexican origin. The pin is...
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian. You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid.
Ha ha! Nothing like the gratitude of a good woman. Now then, what can I do?
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
I'm afraid not, officer. I've been busy digging around in the reeds for days, looking for signs of insect activity. I'm less in...
The lieutenant takes a short note in his notebook, then...
Good. Okay. And? Completely empty?
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but...
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
She's engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning.
Of course, more clever.
You're dealing with a subject near and dear to their hearts.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps. Make them more...
Another trip to the reeds.
Of course. Be sarcastic. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture. Mine stands. Okay. Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? Some kind of foul play might be afoot.
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization. Damn it, Lieutenant. Have you no intellectual curiosity? Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small. You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
A little hooligan. But what would a child want with bags?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
Delinquents, my favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up. I have a...
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips.
After this is your last chance to talk to Gary.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it. Morel, it's been fun. Really. But I need a bath and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done...
No need to apologise, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty.
He keeps the language unemotional, but it's in there. The first man to break formation is always a blow to leadership. This is bigger than he lets on.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. Yellow man. Officer. Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sail.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next racist will be a really good one? At any rate, this is that racist.
Hey, man, all I meant was there are not many Sealites around here. I'm just stating a fact. No problem at all.
Sounds like some conspiracy topic. You might be able to discuss it with him when the lieutenant isn't here. Return without the lieutenant. For this, your balance organ.
Hey, was there something you needed?
Again? I can't...
Hey, Moneymouth. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned. Hey, Money Man. Hey, Money Man. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of just like that. It's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Hey, Moneymouth. Indrak, the impeccable hustler provider of the 7th Gen.
Hello, officer. Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his...
I don't know what got into him, officer. Thank you for letting him off easy. He won't forget it. We'll make sure he won't.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want? Yeah? What?
No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison!
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
Lame. That rings some bells. Could this be connected to Night City? Yeah, that's pretty lame.
Oh god, Kuno, no! It's gonna happen now. They're gonna make you lame.
Stop it, see. No one's gonna make anyone lame. Kuno's got this under control.
There's definitely something going on here. You should check out Kuno's shack, the one with the pig's head.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, like skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising. Accommodations for their insectoid...
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case. Of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least, yes, I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough. If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. The Phasmid did not take the bait from the traps. It was Kuno. The phasmid doesn't exist. But what do I know?
Use your powers of deduction. You knew the magic bug was nowhere near.
I'll let you handle the Kuno side of things. You are doing just fine.
Does Kuno care? Yeah. Kuno took the books. So what?
So it wasn't the phasmid. A wave of disappointment washes over you.
It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends.
Stop!
Locusts coming down like a shadow. This must be the night city he mentioned when you asked him where.
Yeah, Locust City. City of rage. City of lights.
There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big. The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort.
Kuno, the pig wants to help you. Oh, that's how lame it is. Please just don't say you're...
An artist? Maybe I am an artist. You hear?
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno, Kuno.
Kuno made Kuno. Kuno says whatever the fuck he wants. There are no rules here, pig. I fucking say I when I wanna, and Kuno when I wanna. Kuno's free. Kuno's free to fucking die, bitch.
This is what he sometimes does when things get tense.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in, like, 3 seconds! Don't let him, Kuno!
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free. Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno! You'll have to take me away!
In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves. Someone so that's what this is about.
I don't believe you!
For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning. Use this momentary confusion to take control of the situation. You got him. Now convince him to leave the cryptozoologist's traps alone.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. She was right.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence. She doesn't know whether to be glad because Kuno's finally convinced of the lameness, or more worried because of his continued use of the...
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Pig, you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame. Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die. The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
He recognizes the name.
bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
As you leave, you notice his usual rooster-like swaying posture has changed. Slowed down. There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other, nor looking in each other's direction.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Murder was the...
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand... This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it.
I see you found yourself a little something from my wardrobe. You can keep it. I don't mind. I can appreciate beauty when I see it. Blend in where? At Carnival? You can keep it. I don't mind. I can appreciate beauty when I see it. Is it now? Well, enjoy it. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it. So it was just a child.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good news, right? It means we can try again.
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the empty trap. Then we'll need to inspect the traps one more time.
He has a 38-degree fever. His resilience has given...
Darling, I told you to take it easy. You're getting sick. Maybe...
You're right. We can come back next season, when it's warmer.
That's just something people tell themselves when they fail.
You can? Fine. It's better than having these people get pneumonia on the coast. But that...
Really? It's too much, officer.
What Morel means is we're grateful for your help.
Here's a fresh scratch of locust. They should slide right down the funnel. And thank you again.
Wow. Co-discovery. You'd be famous. You'd... Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah, why?
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by?
There, on that balcony, do you see it? A streak of...
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Sure, she's all draped up in ironic detachment, but everyone's gotta eat.
Great. The little foray into the art world continues.
Blah, blah. I already told you. I'm not for sale, Piggo.
Told you. Told you these artist types repel wealth. Turn it around. It's the seller who wields the power in this relationship.
Uh-oh, you're manipulating me. I do like a chance to rip off some stupid Piggos. And I need a pack of Okay, whatever, Piggy. Time to leech off each other like the parasites we are. Let me see what I've got.
Even the lieutenant leans closer to inspect the work.
Here. Happy?
Interesting. You can immediately see multiple ways to interpret this piece. What is the experience that the artist is... Remember, this is a buyer's market. You're the one who's in charge of pricing.
Signature? Oh yeah, Pigster. I sneezed while holding a wet brush. Paint flecked onto the canvas, and voila! You don't get more signature than that. Art issue.
She juts out her hand, letting you examine the piece. 3 red splotches have been shot at a diagonal across the surface. Tinier spots of various colors fan out from the same point of origin.
Well, Piggo, what do you make of it?
There's tension in these strokes of genius. A desire to step into a dialogue. It looks like a palette. Nothing more than a board for mixing paint. The angle of the paint drops reveals that they were fired at the canvas with the force of a hand cannon.
Yes, my artistic integrity.
She is. Despite the demeanor, playing this game brings no joy to her. She juts.
Well, Piggo.
This as said, the angle of the paint drops.
Yeah, whatever. Spaces, bodies. Shit, hit me with that lingo. 67,000 real. And your head on a silver tray.
Remember, this isn't about the art or the artist. This needless purchase implies your excessive wealth. Art comes across as more tasteful than simply hanging cash on the wall. Lowball her, the wretched are used to rolling with the punches.
That it? All right. It all helps.
Splendid. Your first physical asset. But no time to stop. Money grows old unless it keeps moving. You need to find a buyer, preferably, and become a small-time art peddler? No. Nah. She'd probably send the entire Wild Pines legal team after you if she knew you were trading goods around their harbor. She's ready and poised for a hostile takeover. Doing business with communist dictatorships only works if you've got long-term plans in place, which you don't. There must be someone around here with heavy pockets and an interest in the local art. Tell you what, have a wander around and, yes, if you know what to listen for. That's what happens when you've been in the game for as long as I got some vibes from that container you moved with the crane in the harbor. Let's see what's inside.
Look at us, coming to an agreement. Who'd have thought? Anything else you want? I'm in a good mood, but it won't last long.
Oh, sorry, officer.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes, keep saving that economy.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneak...
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100%. Oh, very interesting choice, officer.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster, Harry. Giant, hidden and... Alright, but these actually make your vision worse. It's like literally being underwater. Yes, but they also make your soul quiver like jello. So deep.
Wow, officer. You look so cool. And they can be yours for a mere 3 real. My regular customers have passed them all up because they've got no taste. But you found them.
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed in a thorough examination. It's a case to him.
You look like a musician, like a blind musician, but you could do worse. Take them if you want.
trap stands empty amongst the reeds.
Fantastic.
The locusts, dazed from being transported, slowly begin to acclimate to their new surroundings. They're not really going to get the chance to get comfortable here.
Good. Now that's done. When do you... Don't answer that. It was a rhetorical question.
see you haven't left our little Martinez yet. Still running around. Like some... Hi. I guess you do. What's on your mind, Officer Harry? Oh? Who? Okay. When did this person stay here? Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning. Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else. Okay. Oh. Yes, that's... Sorry I couldn't help you out. Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? This calls for a funeral, if you ask me. You never know, officer.
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside.
What is this place to you?
Behind the half-built cinder block house, you already were a part of their crew once. You can get drunk with them again. Who are you talking to? There is no one here. Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up.
Look under the floorboards.
Hey, Moneymouth. Indrak. As you look at the floorboards, in this corner, the edge of a floorboard next to it looks hollow. Space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below. Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. Something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then, a small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber. Like your own Villiers pistol, for example. The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops. An old mirror. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if the water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and you almost look like a professional. Your face, such as it is, a regular human face,
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. Damn that girl.
without anger. A long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
But you didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either. Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into?
That's for the police to find out. Right there. Please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think. I cleaned it, like I always do. No. She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age,
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure.
Aye, do tell. Exit from what?
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you, then...
No, she's a fighter.
Not a quitter, like you sometimes get, son.
Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. But I only knew her to have a beer on the beach while watching the sunset. She isn't what you call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieu she'd made. Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even I don't know. Further up the coast, she tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only...
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater? Seems like a better idea.
The felled electric neuron.
What more do you want to know? Yes, let's see. One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a...
Hello again.
worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't... All the traps are stopped now, and still no sight of the phasmid. Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like it reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. This gun, Sunrise Parabellum, will be the only thing standing between you and the all-consuming nothingness that threatens to eat the world. Sheathe it and wait, Herald. There, in that container you moved, then it's time to show you how a master does it. You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to... You're back before the cargo container. It's step aside, rank and file. Whoa, watch it. How did he get in front? Little slime ball. Thank you, thank you. Now, are you ready? It's time. At first, your knock rings hollow. Just like that, you hear a click, then a...
Ahoy! Come on in!
You can't be serious. Stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to... The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Welcome. Savvy, was it? Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen? Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that anyhow. My name is Rustam Diodore, investor, license holder, and extreme...
We've hit the big time. This is the man who's going to...
Mr. Diodore, I think there's been some confusion. His name is, in fact, not Sevi. Let's start over. I am Lieutenant Kim Kisoragi of...
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
Oh Lord, not this again. Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer.
It's quite alright. All I did was take her fortune and invest it.
And low. Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes...
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not... Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? Which one? Reva Show, where I nominally reside, or Grab, where my father immigrated from, or Listen, Mr. Dubois. If capital and nationalism went hand in hand, states are akin to boulders in a river. It is truly. It's almost entirely carefree.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
What do you mean? Are you talking about my chin? Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has...
The Weiss-Wieserman coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the Weiss-Wieserman coefficient for you and this individual appears to be 0.9998. That's not good for you.
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly No, not really. They're actually quite mean.
A man this chill is at least a triple.
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who is unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container. Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly? Herschel. I remember walking its streets as a teenager. There used to be. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of there simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it. Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that. Smart, you know? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising with extremely high luxury yachts, high-fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. What? No, I didn't say that at all. Being rich is great.
Could you please stop asking people for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a smart man. As you may know, us high-net-worth individuals don't have a lot of cash on hand. Investment, here is 3 real. How much can you get for this?
Unbelievable. You managed to...
That's the idea, my friend. You've got to work for the rest. Maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an...
These ultra-liberal types love losing huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally dead.
There it is. I knew it as soon as you did the Milton 33 at the art market, you say. Possibly. As I said, I don't carry much money on my person. But do go on. What are you thinking? Yes, the special lock that helps us ultras identify each other. But I'm getting sidetracked. Tell me about your business proposal. A painter? I'm always looking to expand into new asset classes. Who's the artist? Aha! And the name of the piece?
There's no sign of a reaction.
Wonderful things, aren't they? Names. They can completely change. Before I invest, I need to know more about the work. How do I know this asset is going to appreciate with time?
This is the only question that matters. Fail to come up with an interesting hook, and he's comfortably wealthy want their views challenged when making a purchase. Don't hold back.
Even you haven't looked at it.
What he wants to know is how exclusive it is. The more untouched it is, the better.
I see. So by artificially constraining supply?
Wow, he worked it out all by himself. Such a clever boy.
Well, I think that settles it. You found a buyer, my friend. A pleasure transacting with you. However, there are a few complications. I don't have the cash on me right now to pay for it.
Shares. That's even better. You can do a lot with them if you play your cards right.
I I bought these shares many years ago for a steal. As predicted, power costly merc, which means you could net yourself a considerable...
Seems like a clever investment. Definitely worth thinking about, yes. But chances are you can't use them to buy anything right now.
They're the very unit of capital. You can buy them, sell them, even sit on them if you think it wise. Trust me when I say this. It's a Gotwaldian Ilmaran company that specializes in extracting mercury. Have you heard about it? At the moment, it's trading at more than one. Frank's using it in their next model. I can't wait for my splendid.
It looks almost ethereal. Is it even real?
This is a stock certificate. Well, a photocopy of one. Nevertheless, it's solid proof.
The light around the individual in front of you changes somehow as you take the scroll. You can't. This transaction has changed the physical relationship between you. You devise Wiesmann coefficient for you and this individual.
That concludes our part of the transaction. Once you've turned over the asset, my people will get the legal ball rolling. Another deal complete. Welcome to the big leagues. If you haven't already, what don't they do? They practically do everything. From spotting good investment, unfortunately not. I only know the ones who work with multi-millionaires.
Here's an avant-garde proposal. What about idiot Doom Spiral? He used to hustle and hang out with the sales hawks and trend pushers of the marketing. Oh, and we should see what this net worth can do. Might score a discount, or better yet.
So, what's next on the agenda?
If business planning were really your strong suit, you probably wouldn't be a cop.
Go on. I'm ready.
Nicking an idea that wasn't worth anything in the first place and trying...
Hold on. Have we met before? No. On second thought, it couldn't have been you. Your idea reminds me of they pitched me and well, at first everything was rosy. The ideas were so they lacked the will to get things done. As their finance, we lost all of our money. High art types never deliver. They're only good for peddling.
I guess the inordinate amount of time they put into drawing mythical creatures did not generate a return on investment.
Nobody knows for sure, but the place can't be pretty. Sadly, when we got there, it was too late. The concept had run out of steam. Only dust remained. What I want to tell you is...
Okay, well, maybe I...
You're welcome. Now, was there something else I could help you with? It was a real pleasure. Farewell, friend. Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you? It was a real farewell.
The pearlescent paper adamantly resists being held open. It demands struggle at both ends. Feisty little thing. But don't worry, it's under devious use of swish there. It's a font literally designed to win legal agreements by way of being almost unreadable through flamboyance. Inside an oval frame is a grey sketch of a curly-haired girl enthusiastically riding an industrial drill. Her form is terrible. She needs to straighten her back, and each letter is shaped like a laugh line, being pulled in a million different directions. Your vision blurs into a haze of dark scribbles. It's like looking at a wrought iron fence. A bold black mesh curves around the oval image at the top of the document. If it does, it remains hidden from you. All you see is a baffling enigma. There must be some form of logic hidden away in there. The certificate threatens to coil back into itself as you relax a little. Promising race pupil returns. Oh, no. There must be some friction there. He's keeping...
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront international capital. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your pet jam. Individualism. Stop explaining yourself. No one... I am not surprised you... We are the... I am a descendant. No.
He would be appreciative if you...
I'm from Couronne. You have heard enough.
Wandering man.
This found A to Z. The smell of cigarette. There's something odd about the passenger seat. Voila. A stack of neatly folded papers has been...
Bonne prise.
This large map displays the elevated motorway called toll booths at the intakes are marked with a circle. There, hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar to Couronne, through the middle-income neighborhoods there, by the river, and then to Stella Maris and La Delta for work. This municipal map from the 30s displays a complex system of storm sewers underneath a sub-district. No storm will ever drown Revachol. The great solution to the riddle of history. The final map displays a labyrinth of service tunnels left over from the construction of Motorway 881. A few routes have been marked with a pen. These service tunnels were probably used during the construction of the foundation beneath the motorway. Looks like the smugglers have infiltrated the road network belonging to East Motor.
So it would seem. The RCM patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently not all of them. Hard to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. It doesn't reveal much. The Besmerti is a Revacholian crime syndicate. They see themselves as with cool names, like La Puta Madre and Aura Masta. It's definitely not the Union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere in Jamrock. If it's that, here's bad news. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before.
Especially bad news for cops who may have something in their past they don't even know.
Best not to disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and pick this up later.
The stack of maps looks just like before, barely noticeable. The movie stars look silently by, and the pull-out close the rusty old lorry door. This found aids the smell of cigarette. There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating, voila.
Bonne prise.
This large toll booth there. Hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar on the 881.
Best not to disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and pick this up later.
The stack of maps looks just close the rusty old.
Hello, dear. It's good. Thank you for doing that, dear. Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him. Yes. Field work is a young person's game, as they say. Morel will eventually, or we'll talk Gary into going back out, perhaps.
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say anything.
That really is too much, sweetie. Thank you for your dedication, but I can see you're
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this?
different. How?
Answering a question with a question, for example. Defensive isn't her usual style.
I'm in doubt, sweetie. That's all. It's a strange feeling. I haven't really told this to anyone, but
And when a police officer asks, you must answer.
do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your childhood is just that? A story?
Hunching her shoulders now. She seems even smaller than she.
Seeing the Insulindian phasmid was Morel so proud of it. He always tells everyone. No, sweetie. There's more to it than that. Morel was so eager to believe my story was evident that I'm some queen of the cryptozoologists. That
I am a queen, an extraordinary witness to grace.
But now, we're both getting old, and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it.
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything.
I'm not sure of anything. Sometimes I still see it, you know.
Rising, unfolding from the reeds on a hot summer's day.
Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever, and I need to get him home to Jamrock before we overstay our welcome.
Really?
Oh, sweetie. Please don't get stuck on a dream. Take it from me and you too, sweetie. Thank you for everything, truly.
A waste of time, a dream, a fool's hope. Like that, she drives off. The gas engine sputters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside,
we should go to
somewhere out there, a kilometer to the
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain? Oh.
Did you take the documents?
No, of course not. As I said, it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway. My employer gave them to me. In truth, they couldn't know where I put it. I'm absolutely sure I was not followed. And I've told no one but you. You mentioned seawater? I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch.
Yes, miss. I hope you don't mind.
Good for you. Not really. I just think Lely's good enough. Sounds oddly feminine.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Okay.
She nods, silently. She looks at chipped white.
Pretty. Looks like a dried maybell. Why was there a flower on the roof? I don't know, officer. Because of the...
Or an admirer?
Ruby? She couldn't have left it. She's not old-fashioned like that. I don't know what that flower was doing there. Okay.
She nods, silently.
Yeah? Oh. Do you think Ruby could have gotten in that way? To the roof? She could have come up through there.
It's possible.
She keeps looking at the door with a worried expression. The wind ruffles her hair.
Huh. This isn't good.
She's straight as a stick, suddenly. She feels like quarry, encircled. Her eyes dart to the door.
Okay. I'm glad someone's had fun. Mm-hmm. All right. Lies.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. She slowly The machine is dead.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
This orange machine is dead still. You slip your finger.
Didn't Sona give you a perfect...
Equip the multi-tool by going to...
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown. Just dead and dying locusts, and the poor things. A few local poor things. The dome-shaped plastic boy bobs up. The trap is filled. Poor. There's no way the perp is in here, officer. Look how scarred the board. Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable, but I like the spirit. Have some points. It's lone and dangerous. Dangerous too.
The suspect? God, I hope not. I can't see a way in, though many have tried.
Yes, what is it? Yes? Thanks.
Hello again.
We're close. True. Hard. Hardcore. Hardcoreism. Internally coherent. All core. All.
He furrows his...
Hardcore. Is it though? One mind. One spirit. There's no other word. We're close. True. Hard. Hardcore. Yeah.
Or maybe it's not...
The Y to the E to the A to the A to the A. Yeah.
He missed one A.
I'm the hard rhymer. We're close. True, hard, full, car. It's hardcore. Skibberdees. We're close. True, hard, full, hardcore. Yeah.
Or maybe it's not got volley.
The Y to the E. Yeah.
He missed one A.
It's nice to be in port. We're close. True, hard, hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Here comes the nine. We're close. True, hard, full, hardcore. Hardcore to internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. It's the message. So we're close. True, hard, hardcore. Hardcore to the internally coherent. All core, all right. Gotta get the people going. Yeah, Rick. We're close. True. Hard. Full. Hardcore. Hardcoreism. Internally coherent. All core. All right. Yeah. Gotta get the people going. I'm the party boy. It's my job. Hardcore party 25/7 beyond the winter's orbit star.
There is a place far.
We're close. True. Hard. Hardcore. Hardcoreism. Internally coherent. All core. All.
He furrows his...
Hardcore.
The question is, what is the question? But there was a question?
We're close. True. Hard. Full. Core. It's hardcore. Skibberdees. We're close. True. Hard. It's hardcore. Skibberdees. We're close. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yakokata is a hard...
Yakokata is an abbreviation, an intricate system of irrigation.
Huh? I see you're here again. Yeah, gotta compare. See? Our signs are way off. Nah, you heard me. A sticker.
Interesting. He wants you to
Good. What did you want to know? Yes, you're the 23rd person to get it right. And we're all the same. Same eyes. He defeated this present moment, or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really ecstatic about...
Or drugged out of his mind, come to think of it.
It should be sold, but not by us. Or I guess one could write an entire treatise. The hardcore aspect...
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance. old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door.
We don't get in there. Frankly, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you can't get in through every single...
No. We've gotten into every door thus far. That's what we do. We open doors.
Yeah, I understand you. I like opening doors as much as the... Relax. No one's hiding in there. If we can't open it, others can't either. And
at least you can think about opening it. About doors in general. They are.
From here to the whirling, I can't see how.
An old door, worn by... An old door, worn by elements,